but we're all here. Good morning. Welcome to you all. We're going to start our meeting. I would like to remind you that we have to pay attention during our meeting. So please turn your cell phones on silent, and if you need to make a call, you can go outside. There's no problem with that. We're going to review the agenda, but before that, we want to welcome the new SPAC members, Salvador Torres from Region 3. Welcome. Mrs. Guillermina Dorantes from Region 16. Welcome. Janet Ortiz from Region 17. Welcome. Mrs. Concepcion Gonzalez couldn't come to the meeting. She was late and missed her flight, so she's not going to be able to be at our meeting. The last meeting was the first one with all the new representatives, and some of you were not here. So we want to quickly review who you are and where you come from, not just your region. The last time around, we looked at the map, and people can say, I'm from Region 3, and who knows where Region 3 is, right? So we put that in your binders. There's a map of the regions, but give me your name. For example, my name is Elvia, and I come from Sacramento. So as to have a better idea where you're from. And for the new members, those who week before last couldn't be here, tell us who you are, where you come from originally, and what was the other question? And something about your region, just something small. Let's start with Region 1, your name and where you come from. Julio Salazar, and I'm from Hollister. Julio Salazar, I come from Hollister, Region 1. Several counties are included. And this is the second time that I've come to one of these meetings. The first time was a couple of weeks ago. I want to make lots of new friends, and let's see what we can share. Thank you. Region 2. Good morning, Carmen Zamora. I'm from Region 2. And where's that? It's to the north. North of what? Where are you from originally? I'm from Glenn County, the Oroville area. And Region 3? Good morning. I'm from Region 3, which includes Stanislaus County, Madera here in the Central Valley. I come from Belhai. And I've been coming here for about a year. Anything else about yourself? I came to the United States 2.5 years ago, and I have been participating in my children's school. I have 5 children, elementary, high school, and from Region 4. I am Susana Guadarrama, Region 4. That's where Fresno is. I have 1 son, that's all. He's 18. Thank you. Region 5. I'm Isaías Rodriguez from Region 5, Kern County, Bakersfield. And Region 6, Conchita. 7, Region 7. Good morning. My name is Leticia Duarte, and I'm from Region 7. That's Riverside County, Coachella Valley. And I'm proud to be here at my second meeting. Here we are. Region 8. Nobody from Region 8? That person hasn't been elected yet. Region 9. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Sonia Sanchez. I'm from Region 10. There are 27 districts, and Los Angeles County is involved, and I'm very happy to be here today with you, despite the rain yesterday. And thank you for having elected me Vice President. We're all going to work together for the good of our children. Thank you. Region 11. Good morning. I'm Jose Gudiño. I represent Region 11. I come from Watsonville. That's Monterey and Santa Cruz County. And that's where strawberries, blackberries are grown. That's the crop that is mainly grown there. Region 12. Region 13, nobody yet. Region 14. I'm Adalberto Chavez. I represent Region 14. That's Kern County, Delano, and I expect to work hard here for the welfare of our children. Region 11. I'm sorry, Region 16. Good morning. I'm Guillermina Dorantes. I represent Region 16. That's Monterey County. I live towards the south of the districts. That's Sanardo. That's 35 miles from Salinas. And I have to go there to the meetings. I have 4 children in high school. And thank you. Region 17. I'm Janet Ortiz. I represent Region 17, Ventura County. And I have 1 child. Welcome. Region 19. My name is Francisco Diaz. I represent Region 19. That's Bakersfield. I have 4 children, and I want to learn a lot at these meetings to take that knowledge back to my region. Region 21. Good morning. I am Erlinda Hurtado. I represent Region 21. I have 4 children, a son, and 3 girls. And I also am here to help my region and the migrant children. Region 23. 22, sorry. I skipped one. Good morning, I'm Salvador Ambris from Region 22. That's Santa Barbara County. And it's Santa Maria, around about there. And the people there harvest lettuce, celery, cauliflower, strawberries, raspberries. There's a lot. There's a lot of farming there. Thank you. Region 23. Good morning. I am Vicenta Valentin. I represent Region 23, which is Contra Costa County and San Joaquin. Region 24. Good morning. I'm Maria Duarte. I represent Region 24, which is between Visalia and Bakersfield. Thank you. Thank you and welcome to all of you. We're going to review the agenda. Update of the Migrant Education Program, and from 10:45, leadership activity for state representatives, then a review of meeting governance rules, type of action information from 12:15 to 12:30. There'll be a break, 12:30 to 1, understanding and participating in the development of the service agreement, type of action, information. 1 to 1:30, lunch. 1:30 to 2:30, item 4, understanding and participating in the development of the service agreement, type of action, information. Item 5 from 2:30 to 3:15, education code 54444.2 I A3B, SPAC report, type of action, information. From 3:15 to 3:30, there's a break. From 3:30 to 4:45, review and planning of the SPAC conference, type of action, information. And from 4:45 to 5, item 7, public comment. Any person wishing to address the SPAC on topics that are not on the agenda will be given 2 minutes to speak. The SPAC cannot respond to comments nor engage in conversation. Type of action, information. Mr. President, I was reviewing the agenda. I don't see the minutes of the previous meeting. Aren't they included? What happened? We're going to talk in a while about governance in item 2. But all of this is being recorded on video, which is why we don't take notes. Okay, because at our meetings, we usually ask the coordinators to provide minutes because there was an audit in which the state required a record, minutes, all actions that we carried out during the meetings. So as this is at the state level, I thought that we would have minutes here also. Mrs. Duarte. I would like to ask who approved the agenda. It doesn't show the president's name, anybody's name. It's just the agenda. Was this approved by anybody? I understand that an agenda must be approved before starting a meeting. That's right. This agenda was approved by the department and the superintendent. So the parents don't approve the agenda? No. From here on, as we didn't have a president, the role of the president is going to be to provide the agenda, give it to us, and it must be approved 72 hours in advance to place it on the web. And once it's there, it's approved. Thank you. Vicenta, good morning. Excuse me, maybe this isn't the right sort of comment, but I would really like those minutes, meeting after meeting, because I didn't come to the last meeting and I would like to know what was discussed. So I would like to stress that we really need those minutes. Even if we get them half an hour before the meeting, we need them because it's very important. The new representatives don't know what we talked about at the last meeting, but there's a report. And they could get up to date, and in order to put our agreements on the record and our petitions. So personally, as a representative, this is very important because then I can take the minutes to my region and say, look, parents, this is what we talked about, this is what's going on, and they will be interested in the issues that are being proposed by other regions. So for me personally, it's very important because it allows me to present to the parents what we're doing, how we're working, how we're getting organized, because we're a team. All of us are working for the welfare and the education of our children. And if we don't have minutes, it's as if I were to come here without my head. Why? Because I didn't come to a meeting and I have no idea what that was about. I won't know what to stand on in order to provide an opinion. So excuse me, I don't know whether this is out of order. But as a parent and as a representative of the parents in my region, it's my obligation and my right to request the minutes. If we talk about it, it's in writing. Thank you. One of the reasons why we have the video is so that anybody can take a look at the meeting. Those who weren't present can get on the web if you weren't able to be here and review the information online. This month we've had 2 back-to-back meetings, and so we couldn't put it on the web because it takes 2 or 3 weeks to put the video online. So this is a special circumstance. It's not going to happen again, I don't think. If you miss a meeting, you can go online. And you can take your own notes and go back to your meetings. I hope you're paying attention. And I think in your binders, I gave you pages for notes, for your own notes, in order to take back information to your regions. In earlier meetings, we also provided updates. Those are provided in your binders, or Sylvia will give you that information so that you can know what's happening at the state level. Those reports can also be provided to your regions, and so that you can give them those updates. As this is a new group, the last week we were here, we described the differences. We're just starting. But from here on out, you will have the reports that you need to provide with your regions. Thank you. I would also like to add my comment. Those of us in the migrant program, we're very humble people. We want to provide this to country people. If you tell me that this is going to be online, that's fine. But I need to learn how to navigate that. I need to know how to access that information. And I need the time to do it. Most of us work from early morning to the evening, and we have children, we have many responsibilities. We do take notes as best we can, but not as fast as we would like. But there are things that we miss, and if we had the minutes, we would know what items we missed, and I can report back to the parents and provide information to them. I just wanted to emphasize what Elvia said. Excuse me, I'm Selena Torres. This is for the new people. I'm the administrator of the migrant program, and I'm next to Karen Cadero Kaplan, who directs the migrant program. I would like to emphasize that this is why this is being recorded and put on video. Your directors in your regions have the task to work with you and provide access to whatever is online. This meeting, unfortunately, had to be organized in this fashion. We didn't have much time to plan, but as Elvia said, there's usually lots of time to review what happened at the meeting. If the group believes that you need minutes, we can talk about it with Isaias. Maybe we can do this for the next meeting. In the past, we had a lot of problems with the minute takers, and that's why we stopped the practice. We decided that we were going to have the video record and proceed in that fashion. It's not that we don't want to take minutes, but if it's necessary, Elvia and Isaias can talk about it. Isaias as your representative and Mrs. Sanchez as a representative too. So thank you for sharing those ideas.
Do we agree that the minutes should be given at every meeting? That's something that we need to talk about. The minutes for the first meeting are notes that I took. I have them. So it's a matter of getting a meeting of the minds to see whether we do it or not. Excuse me? I believe that it is very important because you're not setting an example. If we have a binder, the binder is so that we can file everything that's happening in each meeting. If you analyze a little bit what has been talked about before, we don't have enough time to talk about all the subjects. We know in advance that there are rules to follow, so we don't have the minutes. It's like saying that we haven't had meetings because we can't prove that we had one. We've been given a binder. We're supposed to fill it with what? What's the point of getting us a binder this thick if we're going to keep it empty all the time? So it's important that you get the minutes to us so that we can file these things for us. All right, we'll go on with the agenda now, and we'll deal with that, resolving that issue at the next meeting. We'll try to give you the meetings. I'd like to update you, rather a follow-up of the last meeting. The last meeting last week, you asked for training for literacy. We're attempting to get that for the next meeting, which will be on the 7th of February. So I wanted to tell you that that's something that was asked for that we're trying to get to you. You also wanted to have some training to better understand the law, the codes, and the statutes. That's something that we're talking to our attorneys about as well, to see if someone can come and give you some training that is more in-depth regarding that subject. So depending on when you can come, when those people can come to give you those trainings regarding those two subjects. Also, there was a request for training as to how to advise or counsel the superintendent. This is something that also we've sought where we can put that training in for you. They can't all be done in February because we also have to deal with the workshop for the conference in February, and we want to give you time to do that. The second point, or rather, would be the leadership for state representatives. Activity for leadership. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for all the participation that you gave on the 6th. Those that were here participated very well. You showed your leadership, raising your voice. It was really nice. You told us a little bit about each one of you personally, but as a representative as well, a parent, and the different roles that you have. Thank you so much for that. Regarding that point, we also would like to emphasize the opportunity to give everyone a voice, and that's the reason why we are going to attempt to continue doing this. One of the things that we'd like to do, I put down evaluation and advisement. This is an opinion. I'd like you to start thinking regarding as to how to analyze things. We'd like to have you focus on what is working in your region, and to begin to start to think about how the programs are working. What is working well? Because we know that each one of your regions, everyone is working very vigorously with a great deal of effort, and you're doing a lot of work that is very good for the parents and the students. But I'd like you to think about what things, one or two things, that are working well in your regions. What can be improved? And what are some of the needs that have not been satisfied? There may be needs in your region that there are no services or programs for us. Those are three things that we would like you to think about. When it says if something could change or be modified in our region, what would that be? We don't want to know about people that are not doing their job well. That's not what we mean, but there's always something that can be done a little bit better. On this point, we would like you to start thinking about something that's working really well in your region, and what can we fine-tune. And maybe there may be a need throughout the state that we are not paying a great deal of attention to, or there's not a lot of programs for, or services for. So I'd like to take you to take a few minutes, speak to each other at your tables, and then we want you to give us an answer to those issues. And we'll have about 2 or 3 minutes so that you can talk about it in your groups, and then you can give us some answers.
We're back.
Are we ready? All right, then we'll start with this table. I'd like you to answer to the first question, please. What is working? We agree. All the programs that we have are very important, but we concentrated on the issues of health. The dental program in some regions, for example, our region has a dental program, and just to see those little children's faces, the mothers' faces, when they are able to take advantage of the fact that a program is working and that it is a benefit to many people. And the thing that I most like about this is the workers at the migrant program dedicate their time, their days, their vacations, and they're joyful to see how this program is working. This is such a blessing to us.
Tell her to use a mic.
So what is working is the health programs. And at the next time, did you want to say something else? Yes. About what could change or improve on the things that we're doing in our region. Let's wait on that. Let's go to the first one. One of the comments that we made here on what's working in our region is a very wide region. We were having problems with people not attending the meetings. So because the region is widespread, some people were going to some meetings. So we started to do a combination of meetings. Sometimes the meetings were high school or kindergarten. So we started dealing with issues that are general issues and gave a time for each topic. Mixed meetings according to what the grade level of the student is. For Region 3? Yes. All right, let's go on to this table here. What is something that's working? We thought the same thing. The health program is working. We know many children that do not have medical coverage. So in particular, in my region, Region 2, we're having very good luck with meeting with two counties. For instance, if we have a meeting with Glenn County, where I'm from, or the district, rather, mine is Orland, and the next one is Hamilton. And because there wasn't a great deal of participation, and there aren't more than 100 students, we combined it. 1 month, we're going to have it in Hamilton, and the next time Hamilton will come and have it with Orland. So that is working very well for us. Thank you very much. I assume that helps a lot of the others. There's not a lot of services that attend the services, so you can combine the counties. Perhaps that would be something that would work very well. Anyone else? In Region 4, we're having a great deal of success with tutoring and after-school programs. The field trips for children are working really well. Thank you very much. What about this table? Region 16. We're having a great deal of luck with mentor parents. That's parents that are leaders who can do workshops motivating other parents. Do any of the other regions have mentor parents such as hers? Very good. What about the last table in the back? Something that's working. Okay, in Region 22, What I have seen, an extended day that's a day after school, because that way the parents can go to pick up the children after they get out of work and they don't have to send them to daycare. In Region 1, what has worked for us has been the training for parents regarding workshops for parents. But we've concentrated not just on parents, but rather that the parents that come to the workshops bring their children to see what those young people's needs are. That's something else that's worked for us. Sometimes the parents would make the excuse that we were tired because we were out in the field and there was no way to come to the meetings at school. So the meetings, we decided to take the meetings where the people are in the migrant camps. So you can't escape that. They have to go, which has been something that's worked really well for parent training. In my region, what's working is tutoring. I know that it's already been said, after-school programs and summer programs as well. And a lot of other programs for parent training have worked so that parents can understand how the school system works, among other things. Thank you. In my region, the teacher exchange program from teachers in Mexico is being implemented in my region. There are people from several states, from Guerrero, Michoacán, and we're in the program where teachers are brought over here so that they can get more closely tied to their land. And where are you from? Region 12, from Pajaro Valley and Monterey. Thank you very much. So now we will report regarding the second issue. If there could be something in your region that could change or improve, what would that be? I would like to have someone that did not speak the last time answer this question. Oh, sorry, you didn't say anything. In Region 5, we have had very good luck. Well, all of the programs are working well. We have a parent program where parents are taught how to be presenters. This is a project that shows parents how to become speak in public and present in public, and this gives them the opportunity to go to their schools to represent the parents in those same districts and their own schools. This is concentrated most on the children, so that the children can see their parents achieve in their own schools, and motivates them to continue working hard in school as well. In our region, what has worked best has been Saturday classes for children that are having trouble with their grades in school. Sometimes our children, as you know, have bad grades because when they come with us to the field or they move with us to other places, this is a way to help them to improve in school. The parents that have a little bit of knowledge are able to give them workshops. For instance, in our region, we've been dealing with the issues of Christmas time, showing them how to make arrangements for Christmas. Those are things that they like. I have a lot of pictures that were taken of these things that we have been doing. Thank you. All right, there's a lot of things that are working well. And perhaps we won't do this now, but something that you can do is I'd like you to start thinking about, all right, what are you talking about when you're talking about summer school programs in your region or in your district? Are those programs in just some regions and not others? This is just a starting point to start working on evaluating the programs that are given. For each answer that we give, we can go deeper into more information. What are things that can be improved? Let's begin with this table and perhaps with someone that did not speak the first time. Please respond to what can be improved. Uh, in speaking of Region 7, I feel that there are a lot of children that go to after school classes, but there are a lot of children, but not enough teachers. My feeling is that we do need to have more teachers so that there will be more quality and there will be more advisal for the children. I believe that that's not enough teachers. I'd like to also add that we do need, maybe not just me, but others in the regions, a counselor, somebody that can advise us and the students, in particular the high school students, and to give them advice and counseling them to what classes they can take or should take, and above all to make them feel secure. We're parents, but we need that help. We need that stimulus from a counselor or an advisor that can tell them what classes they should take to stimulate them even more. Thank you very much. Someone else at this table that can be improved, points that can be improved. Okay, what I believe, let's say your regions first, please. All right, I'm Region 23, and what I would like to see changed or improved is to make us as migrants aware that we report our movements year by year. We had the meeting in our region and we spoke about that subject, how important it is that when we make a move, it's unfortunate, but we concern ourselves only when we need to be reclassified in the program. Unfortunately, we are then questioned, all right, 3 years ago you were in such and such a place, why haven't you moved this time? The fact is that as migrants, we are not aware a lot of times that we have to report every time we move. So we need to be aware always that every time that we make a move, we need to report it because we're not doing so. That would be, for example, a workshop for parents that need to do this, that they not forget. And this is for recruiting. Yes, the importance of reporting any movement, any moves that you make. We're supposed to be reclassified every 3 years. A lot of times we don't know well or are not well aware that I went to YOLO in January. In May, I went to, let's say, to Bakersfield, or that month I went to someplace else, because we didn't think about the fact that we didn't give it importance that every time we move, we need to report it. I'd like to see that change and be more aware of it, because then we have problems later on because of it. What about this table? What is something else that could improve? Somebody that didn't speak the last time, please. Or did you already speak, or would you like to wait? No, I'm waiting for the last issue. Oh, you're preparing. Very good. Good. Somebody else at the table that would like to talk about what needs improving. Is there someone else at this table? All right. What about you back there? Did everyone speak the first time? Yes, I do. Remember now. We all spoke. Nevertheless, Region 1, and this is something that I have always said to the director, she's new, she's just starting. It's not just a matter of working well as a group. Our need as parents is that when there is a joining in the program, like we're volunteers, those people that see that the meetings are not having a great deal of attendance, that they see 500 students and only 4 or 5 parents are attending. There's something wrong there, and we've identified that. So give those people the training, people that work in the migrant program who should know the reality of what the migrant program is so that they can perform with the dedication that they need to. This is something that I would really like to see improve. I want to make sure that I understand what you're saying as clearly as possible. So you're saying that your region, there should be training, or we should have training for the program staff so that the staff can better understand the program. Yes, because there are people who work in the program that don't really have an idea of what the program is. So train those people better. So if there's failure to attend on the parents' side, there's something wrong and something should improve. So that it would be two purposes: for more involvement and more knowledge by the staff and more involvement so that the parents can get more involved. All right. And we already know that the more participation by the parents, the better the students achieve. What about this table? Parents for special education should know their options and the resource that they have in the migrant program, because there are a lot of people with children with special needs that don't know what programs they have in their region. I'm not very certain about this. Are you talking about special ed? Yes, special needs children. Available resources. I don't know if this speaks to that subject, but in Region 5, I have seen that when children are motivated, for example, if they're going to go to a meeting, you know what? I'm going to give you a point for your class if you go, or you're going to get a prize. That makes the parents go to the meetings. The parent doesn't take the child, but rather the child takes the parent to get that point or award. I don't know if your child tells you, but a child will say, I'm going to, if you go to the meeting with you, if you go to the meeting, I'll get an award. That makes the parent make more of an effort to go to the meetings. Recompensar. How incentivize. It would be like to incentivize. I put down to give the child a reward, an award. Sorry. We had not come to an agreement to give to share our opinion, but we came to a consensus in Region 19. The need in my region is that we as leaders need to find a solution to make sure that more parents go to the meeting. Unfortunately, there's not a great deal of participation on the parents' part. I believe that we need to find a way to resolve that. Resolve it to see that parents come to the meetings. And I believe that what Mr. President said, a recognition or a prize for the children, yes, that's something that's worked for us in our district. Sometimes our meetings were attended by 2 or 3 parents, but then we said the parents the children whose parents go, the children will get a prize. So now we've gotten up to 45 parents at meetings. I believe that it's working. So it's the child pulling the parent to the meetings and not the other way around. Regarding these points that are being stated, the same thing applies. Don't think about what works for you, not just what works well, but what is a solution to the problems. What can we do to resolve those problems? And the more ideas we get from people in your region, the better it will work. I believe that a comment was made regarding the staff working in our agencies. I believe that the staff should also be empathetic. They need to walk in the shoes of the person that comes to ask for a service or to talk to them. There are parents that do not come to the migrant program because the first impression that they had, the first contact that they had with someone from the program was not a positive meeting. And regarding what Isaiah said on special needs, I believe the migrant education program does not give special needs programs the importance that it should have, because there are programs for that activity, but remember that a lot of times when you don't know where to seek out a resource, that makes parents not look to find those programs. Perhaps the program should make connections with resources that exist already. I believe that there are SELPA in every region, and those are the people that are in charge of special needs children. And they do help and they do support, because I have dealt with it with my child personally. Then the next question, our last one, is what is something that is a need throughout the state? I believe that everybody stated, beginning with Region 1, I would like you, first of all, to tell us one of the needs on a statewide basis, and I'll call you by region.
Region 1. Just give me a minute. Okay, thank you. The needs I perceive, and that's not just in my region and district, this is statewide. Parent participation. What can we do to get them involved? We all win. The schools, the program, the children, the parents. So parent participation, it's very important. Thank you. Region 2. I agree with Region 1. It's very important for me. And I hope to be able to motivate the parents statewide and in my region. Region 3. I think we all agree about parent participation, but I want to repeat that communication between the state, the directors, and ourselves, we still have a communications problem. It's improved in my region. I think email has helped a lot because they can send us material. But right now, in our planning committee, we saw that things get lost, and we learn about things when we show up here. So we need to improve communications. So these are two issues. One is state to region communication, and then region to SPAC representatives communication. When I ask for information by mail, you provide it to me, and that's good. Region 4. Region 4? A statewide need. Improve the staff. Staff improvement. Thank you. My comment is a rapid service agreement approval, because without the service agreement, there's no program. And you all know what the service agreement is? We discussed it briefly at our last meeting, but the service agreement is delivered by the district to the region to the state, describing all the services that you want to provide to the region. And this has to be approved by the state. Without that, the services cannot commence. So the comment here is that we need a faster approval of the service agreement as fast as possible. Region 6? Nobody here. Region 7? I think that one of the statewide needs is parent training. For example, in my case, I can say that I was elected. This is my second meeting, but I really would like to receive training and to be told, well, we're going to talk about this here, we're going to talk about these issues. Personally, that's what I would like. And we're all new parents here. We all feel new. I have a question about that. When you are elected as an SPAC representative, what information do you get when you accept your nomination? Do you know what you're getting involved with? So, a show of hands, please. In which regions are you being told clearly what you're going to do here at the state level? So, what about the ones who do not have good information? Because we can also work with your regions. If you want to get in touch with me, maybe we can do something so that you get better information and a better understanding of what you're going to get involved with before you get nominated and elected. Because if you come here and you don't even know what your task is, well, I'm new, I'm learning. I'm learning to be a state representative. In my region, there's a lot of information, we have meetings, but the nominations for president and vice president, they're open to all eligible persons. And I can go to a meeting, I can be at a meeting, and they talk to me about the state representative. But at a regional meeting, they're not going to talk about statutes, they're not going to talk about ed code, because in order to understand the ed code, I've got to be here. I've got to be the representative. I have to learn about the code and learn about rules that must be followed. So I also need training to get a deeper understanding. I'm told about responsibilities, but I need to know about the law. Thank you. I was elected a year ago. My question is, when people are elected, do they know what they have to do? I don't think so. Not in my region. I was told, when you win the job, you'll be told, you'll be given the information. But when we had the elections this time, there was another person, and I made a commitment with the director that if I got the position, I would train that person. But he didn't know anything at the time either. If he had won, he could have come too. In my region, we've had 2 different directors. This is good information for us. This is a need. This is a statewide need. We can do something to change the regions so that they provide more information. Thank you. Region 8. Selena has a comment. I wanted to thank you for your comments, but this issue here needs clarification. At our first meeting, when we met 2 weeks ago, we specified that this is a statewide meeting. So we have to think about the children at a statewide level. So we started like this. What are the needs of the children in my region? What is working in my region? What can improve for the children in my region? And what works there? And now, because you're traveling throughout the state, some of you work north to south, some of you stay in a single area, but what do you perceive throughout the state regarding the children? And this is also true of the families. Many people don't get involved. We need more involved parents. You are one of the few that get involved. And this is something that must be emphasized. We start at the state level, we must talk to the directors, and then that will trickle down to the districts. In addition, what are the children's needs, the family's needs, the specific needs? Not just training. For example, if I go as a family from Bakersfield to Monterrey, and then I travel to the state of Washington, and I see that at each place where I go to, there is no information, nobody comes to meet me. I would like a person to tell me about resources so that when I show up, something might be ready for me. Specific things. Where will I live? What are the good places to live? What resources are there for my child during the summer or at the time that I go? Or maybe in none of the regions, when I leave, do I get anything about the district that I'm going to? What do the children need? So this question here is focused on that. Not so much what is the state doing wrong. You can talk about that, yes. We need to improve communication with parents, but what are you perceiving? Because we are unable to see that. We are not there. This is what we are asking you to provide. I just wanted to make that clear. This is a good clarification. Thank you. Region 8. Region 9. 10. I understand what Selena has just said. We have to examine needs with respect to our children and migrant families, because given the funds that they get from migrant education, that's linked to the children. This is why the funds are there. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have children. As representatives of those children, we have to travel with them in order to be part of the migrant education program. I think that what we have to do here is, if we're going to move to another job, the state should know about the resources available at the place where we're going to. And if the children are studying at that place, we should be given referrals to go to the new place. Those are the problems that our families are facing. So could you summarize your issue? Resources. Resources must be available at the different regions or workplaces so that the parents can access that information. An additional comment, please. Region 14. What happened to 11? 11, I'm sorry. I don't have the list yet. I'm Jose Gudiño from Region 11. And my comment is how can we focus the parents on their children's learning, and how can we persuade the children not to drop out of school? Because we are a migrant program and many children drop out at an early age. We want to focus on that. The second issue was what? Focus on the children to persuade them not to drop out of school at an early age. Support the children. And that includes the OSY children? Are you talking about OSY? You're talking about the children who drop out of school? Yes, we need to support them. We have 5 more minutes. I think we're on Region 14. Yes, Adalberto Chavez from Region 14. I want to emphasize parent participation. If our children don't see that we are getting involved in their education, they also lose interest. So I think this is a vital point. We must get involved in their education. And another issue that was already addressed is to see what we can do, what programs are available, so that when a family moves from one place to the other, to provide continuity in our children's studies so they don't drop behind. That's very important for me. 16. The main issue for me is for the department to really listen to our parents' suggestions, because we just provide recommendations and we've been making these same recommendations since forever. 17. I think it's important for the parents to consult at the school before they move to see what resources are available at their next place, so that they don't just leave with nowhere to ask questions. 18. 19. I believe that we have to provide more information to the parents, because if they get more information, they will be able to guide their children. 20. 21. I would like to stress also that we need training as representatives. We have to know what we're doing here, what our job is, what our mission is. And I made a commitment when I accepted this task, but I've got to learn the job too. I have to know what I'm defending, and I have to know how to do it. And statewide, there are many needs, but in all regions, we've got to learn. If I move from here to another state, to another region, the same needs will be there. Parents don't get involved, and for that, we've got to be passionate about what we're doing. I have a task that I've got to do, but I have to know that I'm dedicated to do it, and I've got to know why I'm doing this. So we need a lot of training in order to learn about the cool code, to learn the law, the plan, and why we're here. 22. I'm Salvador Ambriz from Region 22. Parent participation throughout the state. That is what is mostly required so that the parents go to the schools, support our children. 23. What we must consider mainly is to know what county we're going to and to do some research to find out whom we must contact so to continue our involvement in this program, because we show up with our eyes closed. We have no knowledge of the needs. So we've got to take the information. We must know where the office is, the person we must talk to in order to get the necessary information. Thank you. 24. We must provide more information to the parents so as to motivate our children too, so that they can get ahead, so that we can work with them. Thank you. These are very good responses, but these are also questions that you can take to your regions so we can start thinking what works. We've got to take advantage of what's working. So every time we come up with something negative or something that's not working, let's find also the things that are working. There's always something that needs fixing. And at a state level, we're going to consider all of these issues, and Sonia is taking pictures so to write the minutes. So we've got to change the program's mindset. We've got to make an evaluation in order to improve the program. The next item, item 3. Review of meeting governance rules. Type of action, information. We're going to review some of the rules. We reviewed some 2 weeks ago about how to facilitate a meeting as SPAC members. And we're also going to review some basic concepts. They're really basic, of behavior, meeting standards. First, we're going to review why we need rules to facilitate meetings. We read a lot about governance, and everything that we read, there's a lot of information, but there are 5 basic governance principles for meetings. Is there anybody willing to read these 5 items? Number 1, courtesy and to make sure that everybody has a voice. 2, consider only one issue at a time. 3, the majority decides. 4, the minority deserves to be heard. And 5, the purpose is to facilitate the meeting and action. So this is the why. There are other principles, but these are the most important based on the information that we read. So this is a principle that we must recognize, why we need governance. The green law is in your binders. For those of you who weren't here last week, we reviewed it completely, and these items have been placed here again as a reminder about the green law. It's a public meeting. The meeting must be advised 72 hours prior in a public place. The meeting must be posted. I don't know if you need more time. We reviewed that last week. If you have questions, we can answer them now. I have a question. This is instead of Robert's laws? We don't use those anymore? Last week I didn't understand that. Now I would like you to explain. Well, right now we're just beginning the conversation on governance. We're not going to follow Robert's laws exactly. I don't know if you're familiar with them. Sonia has the book. It's a big fat book and it's sort of complicated. The intent of Robert's laws, these were drawn up for the legislature, government bodies of a large size, and for the SPAC, they're not necessary or required. We want to introduce something that is based on Robert's laws, but are not as complex. In our region, at our school meetings, and the DLAC meetings, are those based on code ed that will change, or nobody is obliged to use this by code? Robert's laws are not obligatory. I'm not familiar with all those meetings, but these are rules that are universally known and used. And we're not getting rid of them here. We're going to provide some information about governance, and I think you will see that they line up with Robert's rules. Everything stems from those rules, but the book is pretty complicated. I don't know if you've seen it, and it's not necessary for our meetings. The entire book is too much. That was my question, because every time I've been at meetings, those rules have been emphasized. And I want to clarify what we're going to propose here. All of that is going to be based on Robert's rules. This isn't governance. These are just principles, the why. And the law describes some issues that we have to respect. Anything else about this slide? In the SPAC regulations, and that's in Ed Code, we need a quorum. I don't know if you've read this, or do you want to read this item by item? What this says is that a quorum is made up of the majority of the elected membership. And this is necessary for a motion. You must have a quorum present in order to have a motion. Any question? So this is a part of what we're going to follow regarding governance. Everyone should have received this morning, and I think Sylvia provided some extra sheets of paper. This is going to be in the binders. Right. So it's in perforated paper, so you can include this in your binders. These are the basic principles. And here are the regulations that are included. And you can see that they more or less follow Robert's rules. This is just for information. I think that the president and the vice president have a suggestion that I didn't include here, but you can read this better in your binder. In item 4, discussion, every person gets 2 minutes to ask questions. And below the regulations, it does say that based on Robert's rules of order, as far as possible, so that they're all based on these rules. We want to carry out a brief activity, perhaps to model this activity. Do we have an enlarged copy of this? I don't have a copy. I usually get a packet, but I didn't pick one up. I'm sorry. Are you more or less familiarized with Robert's rules? I think you are, based on your meetings. Here, the basic principles are the same. And we were going to model this. We're going to try and model this. Isaias, in his role as president, will begin. We're going to try and follow the right side of the page where we discuss agenda items. The intent is to practice, but we didn't have time. So we may make mistakes and you can correct us. Let's start with number 1. Isaias starts. And you just follow along, please. We have an item to discuss. We want to send students on a field trip. Are there any questions about this? Any recommendations? So this is pretend. We're just modeling. This is not in our agenda. We're just practicing. So Isaias is announcing the agenda item. Item 1 is we want to send the children on a field trip to Washington. This is 150 students. We want to hear recommendations. So what Isaias just did was he announced the item, and then he provided a report, and now he's asking for recommendations. The report is when the speaker makes a report. He did it very briefly, and that this is a trip to Washington. Now, I'm the invited speaker, and I'm going to say, oh yes, we have this state conference, and many parents show up, and at this meeting we have honor students, and we have an activity for them on Saturday, and we want to send them to the Science Museum. And it's going to cost a certain amount of money, and we would like to take them there. They're going to get a meal, and it's going to be a wonderful experience. So here there are two different issues. I'm sending students somewhere, and then we're going to find out whether the conference is better or the Washington meeting. This is not what we practice. He's changed things. Yesterday when we did this, we were going to talk about the conference. So now we're talking about taking the students to the Science Museum. We want approval, your approval, in order to take them. So then there's item 3, questions. One of you will say, okay, what time is this field trip? The field trip starts at 8:30. That's when they get on the bus, and they'll arrive there at 9, and they'll stay there for 2 hours. And then at 11:30, they're going to lunch, and then they're going to be there until 3, and they'll come back. So another region asks, how much is this going to cost? It's going to cost about $500. And then another question, and how many students are going to go? 25 students are going to go on this field trip, and 2 adults. These are all technical questions. In item 3, the PowerPoint is awful. Item 3, so then there's a motion. After you've heard all of this and you've asked your questions, then you can make a motion. For example, I'm a parent, and I say, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President, you ask for motions. I ask for motions to support this field trip. Do we have a motion? So I raise my hand and I say, I have a motion to deny that trip. Does anybody second? So the motion dies. Then he asks for another motion. Somebody says, oh, I have a motion. I have a motion to approve the field trip as described. Or maybe you want to go to Washington instead. So we need somebody to second that motion. So you ask for the motion to be seconded. I, Sonia Sanchez, from X region, make a motion in favor of the trip to the Science Museum, and not just 25 students, but let's double it to 50. So she's changing the motion. It's not my motion. This is a second motion. She has amended the motion. She's changed the motion. So now somebody has to second that motion. Anybody willing to second the motion? Let's say yes. Maria Duarte seconds the motion. Let's submit it to a vote. Votes in favor. So there's a discussion first, and then we vote. Before we vote, we must have a discussion. And after we vote on that motion, let's say that it's approved. You still have to hear the first motion. It has got to be closed. And then we count the votes. Votes in favor of Sonia's motion, 50 children instead of 25 to the national conference. Eight votes in favor. Votes against. 1. Abstentions. 1. So the motion is approved, but not by unanimity, no, because there's a majority vote. This is just an example. This is how the process works at a meeting. And as Elvia said, this is a simplified procedure in order to facilitate our meetings, so it won't be so hard. and so that all the parents feel that they can participate. So throughout our meetings, if you believe you need more information or more specific information, talk to your president, and this can be amended. This is what we have proposed. We're going to give it a try. It's a dynamic document. We can change this. And as I said, we have to amend this because in item 3, we have to add that everybody has 2 minutes. We're going to change that. And Selena said that if you have other suggestions or comments, talk to your president. And we can make those changes or consider them. In your packages, you also have information about how to chair a meeting with confidence. This is just a guideline. 2 weeks ago, some of you said, oh no, I could never be president. I wouldn't know how. And this provides a few key sentences. And at the top, it says that it's in Robert's rules. It's based on Robert's rules. And it's not exactly perfect. These are sentences that you may hear at your regions or districts or at a state level or at other meetings, and that will allow you to practice for that day when you may be president or preside a meeting. At the back of this page, we have an example for the agenda. As we discussed, you want a review of the minutes. So we're going to have to change that here. But as from February, the agenda will follow this order and will include the minutes.
I'd like to emphasize that this is just a guide. The words will not be exactly the same. Are there any questions regarding any of those points? Let's go then to standards of conduct. We spoke about the reason why the principles, but the standards help us to support the governance, to be able to follow everything. Is there a volunteer to read what the standards are going to be? These will be the standards for this group, and we talked about this last week. Mr. President is going to read them. The principles of governance are supported by standards of meetings to establish order, to provide clarity in expectations, be easy to understand, comply with the will of the majority of the same at the same time, to create an environment where everyone can participate in a safe environment without fear of intimidation. We talked about some standards that other groups have. Julio from Region 1 gave us some standards that they use, and you will review them later on. But before reviewing the ones that you would like for this group, I would like you to go to the section of the regulations that is relevant to the conduct. I believe that this is important. Usually we don't like to read the slides because everybody knows how to read, but I believe that this is important enough that you need to know what the rules say regarding conduct. So please read point number 1. Julio. Point number 1. If the member is not present in 2 meetings during a certain period of time, excuse me, maybe we should start with the very beginning where it says SSPI. It says 12-036, termination of office. A termination of a particular member can take place, number one, if the member is not present in 2 meetings during a certain period of time. Number 2, Carmen. Point 2, justifiable cause can be the following, without limiting to these: serious conduct or repeated action, or that that modifies the actions of the PAC, can be SPAC. Reasonable cause cannot be based on the content, expression of an opinion or point of view. Participation in and inappropriate conduct that affects CCP or SPAC. The expression of an opinion or point of view will not constitute said conduct, nor will it be used to base a termination on. Is there something about this slide that you would like to talk about? All right, then this is a slide that we talked about last week at the meeting. These were some of the recommendations, just recommendations. You at your table spoke perhaps about some of the standards that you might like for this group. And you were going to take the week to talk about what standards you would like to have here for your meetings. I hope that you did that, because we're going to develop those standards now. This is a living document that can be changed, of course, but take a moment, maybe 1 to 3 minutes at your tables. Think about it. It can be individually, or all of you can comment regarding some standards that you would like to see us carry out here in this group.
Freezing is best. It's like it's wintertime, they get on the AC.
It's to keep people awake. Get too comfortable, fall asleep.
Would you like to continue doing the standards now, or would you like to go on break? I think that we should do it once and for all now that we're ready to do it. Should we go ahead and then agree to do it right now? All right. Thank you. Let's begin with the first table. We said first that something that is not stated there is regarding the cell phones. It's important that people turn off their cell phones, or if not, at least to set them at silent mode, and that people participate in a brief and concise fashion, because sometimes we get off the subject and then we talk about things that are of a personal nature for too long. Next table. Our opinion was, or that we feel or believe, and three people were at different tables last week, were asking to have the minutes sent to us, also take us into account, because we feel that you've kind of tried to ignore us a little bit. One of the standards would be that everyone should be taken into account, and that we be listened to, and that everybody's opinion be taken into account. '23. One other thing, I think you said something else as well. Take us into account, and that you listen to us, because we have felt that you try to evade our opinions a little bit. Are you talking about regarding SPAC? Yes, here. I'm talking about here, where we are right now, because I had an experience last week, and my colleagues are also confirming that we were at different tables. So this is something that we, three different people, felt. We participated in different tables, so this is an idea that I'm just coming up with, but rather that different tables had the same feeling. Is there someone else? Another table, please. Region 19. To respect our associates' opinions, although we may not be in agreement all the time. To motivate each other at the tables. If someone is not participating, motivate that person so that person can also be taken into account. Motivation then. Next table, please. Salvador. I would like to emphasize the point of the respect we should have for each one of the members that's here at the meeting. Perhaps I feel that something is not very important, but nevertheless, that is that person's opinion. I believe that it is very important to be respectful. I would like to add to that as well. To contribute ideas, and not just say, I don't agree, but this is my idea, so that the focus and the vision that we have can continue. That would be under the subject of appropriate conduct. I feel, I believe, those types of statements instead of insulting someone else. One other point that I had missed: when someone opines, do it in the briefest fashion possible, because in other meetings there were many times that there has not been enough time because some of our associates went on too long opining, or they were opining on the same subject. So let's be as concise as possible. Someone else, is there any other idea? We'd also like to give any person an opportunity looking at this, after looking at this list, that would like to share other ideas with us. Please raise your hands and we can put down more standards. And if that's not the case, then this is a living document which we can amend. What about here at our table? Does someone have an idea? We're talking about the recommendations, correct? We're talking about the development of the standards for this group. So that you can either approve them or not. Yes, how you are going to treat each other in this group. These are not rules for us, these are rules for you. They're in order to facilitate the governance of this meeting. I'd like to make a comment. We have these types of standards. This is something that I was telling Elvia yesterday, as well as the president and Elvia. These have been put up in plastic covers, which are available for everyone to see. And every time that we go to a meeting, we put them up so everyone can see what it says. I don't know if you think that this would be a good idea for us to do here as well. The intent is, depending on what you think, to make a folder for you for your binders and put them up at each meeting to remind us of our conduct, of your standards as a group. It's a good idea to have them in the notebooks, but it would be more efficient still if Mr. President, before the beginning of the meeting, would read them, because that's the basis for what we're going to do. If you control the meeting, we are going to respect you all the time. So I'd like to do a motion to put all these rules into play. Is there anything else that you would like to add to them? Are you all right with all of this? Are you certain? I open the motion. Ms. Vicenta Valentina. Vicenta Valentina, Region 23, makes a motion to add these motions to SPAC. And Alberto Chavez, Region, seconds the motion. The motion has been made to add these standards. Are there votes in favor? Please raise your hands up high, please. And me? Yes. The motion passes. 26. Everyone. All right then, I would like to remind you that if you would like to add or modify, speak to me and to the president, and we can put it before the group. But for now, these are the standards, and we'll continue to help you with the governance of the group. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Returning in 10 minutes.
Tu hermano pregunta.
Let's continue with point number 4, understanding and participating in the development of the service development plan. Do you remember, those of us who were here, we did speak a little bit about, although there was a lot of information, we did speak a little bit on the meeting of the 6th. And today we reviewed a little bit what the service agreement plan. And we stated that that was a process of the application that the regions, that we use in order to set up the services. This is an application that is turned into the department, and we are responsible for reviewing and approving it. It's in 2 parts. First of all, the program, where the region tells us the services that they are proposing, and every district that had services does the same thing. Last time, we studied the 4 examples of the services. Do you remember what those different models for providing of services were? These are provided directly through the district. And the second one is that the department gives the funds to the region, and the region gives all the services. And then there's that which the department gives it to the region, and the region gives it to the districts. It's a reimbursement of the district afterwards. The district charges the region, stating, these are the services that were provided, and now we need the money. And then there's the one that's a combination, where the district gives the money to the regions. The regions give some services on behalf of the region, but they also give the district money in order for them to do their own programs. So those districts that have their own programs give their application for the services, gives it to the region, and the region reviews it, and there's 2 parts, the program and the budget. The region does the same thing for the department. Each region is responsible for doing the regional application, consisting of 2 parts, the program and the budget. That's the one that we review here. We review for approval. We first review both. We review it and give our advice, and then they answer. It's rather complicated. Nevertheless, you have a copy of what a service agreement is in your binders, and that's what we're going to review now. This slide is something that we had spoken about, components of the program. This is what the application contains. We're going over it point by point so that you can see what each one of those points about. The nuclear program, cover page, core program is the different components of the service agreement plan. This gives us general information. It's like an umbrella. It gives us a basic information, and then the different components come in.
This is the cover page. If you're looking at the application in your binder, you can see that the cover page has more information than what is shown here. You have it here if you want to take a look. I think it's called service agreement. The first page of the service agreement in your binders is the cover page. It requires the number of the region, the contact person, address, all of that. But the important part is right here. Everything's important, but here we are told this is the money provided and this is how it's going to be spent. The programs for regular school, what's going to be spent there based on what the region suggests. You can ask for this. And then summer programs, how much is that going to cost? And preschool is separate because the money is provided separately. It's a different grant. And then overhead and the entire budget. Then there's a certification that says that the PAC has had an active role in the planning and development of this service agreement and so on. And we suggest changing this language so that it doesn't say that you participated, but that you have signed off on it. An important issue to understand is that you are not responsible and you don't have to agree with everything. You just have to participate in the conversation and dialogue. I just wanted to stress that many parents don't want to sign the service agreement because they think they are responsible for that document. As parents, we should tell them and explain that their signature doesn't make them responsible for the document, but just that they agree, but they're not responsible. Many parents don't want to sign, and many service agreements don't get to the CD on time, and so then services cannot be provided. So we have to tell the parents that they are not responsible for what is written there. The region sends this to the CDE, and the CDE accepts this, but the parents are not responsible for what they sign. So we should add a brief explanation saying, I'm not responsible for this, but I do agree. We're now developing the service agreements with changes. There's going to be a training for the directors and the regions in February, I believe, regarding the changes. One of those changes is going to be that the signature of the participants must be present, but as participants in the discussion, not as persons responsible for the document. Julio? So, in the service agreement, if I find that monies have been moved from a certain program and in a program that hasn't worked, but this program is going to continue in the service agreement for another year, I have to sign even if I don't agree? Yes, because the responsibility pertains to the region and at the state level. It's our responsibility to approve it. We're trying to implement a way of evaluating the programs based, and let me see if I say it, based on quantitative data. Is the student improving? Where is the information that tells us that the student is doing better? So it's not your role to be responsible for this, but you must form part of the dialogue and maybe make suggestions or ask questions and participate. Karen?
I just want to just make a comment. What you just said is true. The programs are decided based on the data to say what is working and what is not working.
Basado en los datos de lo que está trabajando o no está trabajando, es en lo que se basa el programa.
Right, so your role is just to be aware of what the region is proposing.
El papel de ustedes es simplemente el de estar al tanto de lo que está proponiendo el distrito.
Right, and the approval is actually the county or the district superintendent.
Ese apruebo en realidad es del superintendente del condado o del distrito.
At the local level.
A nivel local.
When it comes to the state,
Sin embargo, cuando se trata del Estado,
our job is to review the budgets and the expenses to make sure they're appropriate for student services.
nuestra labor es el revisar esos presupuestos que se están proponiendo para ver si son los apropiados para los estudiantes.
And so when we check the application,
Al revisar nosotros la solicitud,
sure that the parents signed it so that we know that they saw what was proposed.
Tenemos nosotros que cerciorarnos que los padres lo firmaron para cerciorarnos nosotros que ellos vieron lo que era la propuesta.
Okay, so the actual approval of the programs, if there's a program that's not working,
El apruebo de los programas en realidad, si es el programa que no está funcionando,
those are the questions we ask to the region to clarify.
nosotros esas son las cosas que les pedimos a las regiones que nos aclaren.
And as you see the process, which when we do the training, you'll see the application is much more transparent.
Verán ustedes, cuando vean ustedes la capacitación del programa, verán ustedes que el programa, esto es mucho más transparente
Than it was in the past.
de lo que había sido en el pasado.
I think the signature is all very well because as everybody was delayed the last time for that reason. And things were happening without our taking a look at them. And so the signature means that we are aware of the agreement, but not legally responsible. So if you add such a note, you might leave a space so that together with the parent signature, the parent could add a comment. So the parent signature would signify that the parent is aware. I was explaining to some of you that we hope that for the February 7 meeting, we would have the code completely translated. I think this starts January the 12th. I'm not sure whether we can do that on time. This business of the signature of the parent representative, that's in the Ed code too, and you will be able to see that when we provide it to you. As Elvia said, this is the cover page of the application. In these spaces, the region sets forth the amount of money for each part of the program. As you know, the migrant program operates during the regular school year and then in summer. So the region decides how much money it's going to use here for the regular school year, September to June usually, and then the region decides how much it's going to need for summer school, and then you add them. Then you have to differentiate how much is going to be used for preschool. Funds for preschool must be specifically designated to preschool. The region receives a set amount and it cannot change. It can be shifted from summer to the regular school year for preschool, but they cannot use less. If for some reason they use preschool funds for the regular school year, we have to ask for that money back and say, no, those were preschool funds. And that's because the legislature, as we explained the last time, the funds are generated by the federal government. They come to California and the legislature gives us those funds. And the legislature has said that they have a priority, and that is preschool programs. And so there's a different account for these funds and another one for these other funds. And then each region can ask for overhead, and that covers office staff, the people who are in charge of payments, staff payment, they manage the money. And this happens in any office. And here we have the sum, the complete amount. And then down here, the parent's signature, as we were discussing, the superintendent's signature, or whoever he designates, and the regional director or the person designated. The second part, the agreement describes the core program. What services and resources are already in the school or district and are not part of the migrant program? We are not at your schools and regions in order to know what already is implemented, because as you know, the migrant program is supplementary. So when we review the agreement plan, if we need to know if this is supplementary, we have to know what's there already. So for example, if I have a picture of my house and then I change something and I take another picture, okay, now there's a flag, now there's some bricks here, and that is supplementary. So we have to see what services are there, and we have to know what's going on already. What services are available for English learners, because the school is required to provide those services separately from the migrant funds. This is what we try to do here. We ask the regions, the directors, to cover each item here one by one. They must be explained. And we're changing the service agreement a bit to separate out these items, because sometimes we get information in one or two boxes and not others. I think this year we're going to have one question, one answer, another question, another answer, to ensure that we can envision or understand what the schools are providing in addition to the migrant program, just to understand what's going on. And the last part that is required and which is separated, here we learn how many migrant students will receive services in the region. Last week we spoke about priority services and which students should receive funds first. And then we have others that are not priority for services, and then we have the total number. I think we've changed it a bit, but I don't really remember which other section we've changed. This gives us basic information about the region and its migrant students, so as to figure out that the services being proposed for, let's say, 150 preschool students, and you're only providing services for 30, we can figure out that we have to ask a question, and only 2 are priority, so we have to ask a question. Tell us why you're not serving the other students. You say that you have 150 and 50 are priority and you're only providing services to 10. What's going on? So later in the application, we ask questions. We're going to have lunch and we're going to come back at 1:30. It's just 30 minutes that we have for lunch. And we're going to lunch right here at the hotel restaurant. I think all of the representatives have ordered lunch, and this time they promised that everything was going to be ready. I know that at the last meeting it didn't work very well. And for those of us who haven't ordered lunch, 30 minutes, and then we'll return to the same subject. Those of us who didn't order lunch. Item 4, understanding the service agreement information. Those of you who are here at the last meeting, and for everybody else, you have the state plan in your binders, which develops the goals and objectives for each program component. So the service agreement, in one of its parts, has state goals which are part of the application. So if you recall, this comes from the plan. It's not just something that we make up at the state level. But we're going to review that additionally in slide 22, which is ahead. But here's where it comes from. The goals in the service agreements, the programs that are in the schools must be aligned with the state goals. The service agreement starts, and we're going to review the preschool component. But it's the same. It's the same for each component. Language arts, mathematics. The format is the same, and we're not going to review everything. We're just going to review preschool. But it's similar for each service. For each component, and here we have preschool, it starts with the children's needs. So you have to review the needs of the children. And here you should add, for example, in my district, in my region, 4-year-old children have the following needs. And in some communities, in some areas, maybe there are programs set up to address those needs. Maybe there's a program that already satisfies those needs. So we ask, is this need satisfied by a non-migrant program? Remember that beforehand, and I'm going to turn back to the slide that refers to the core program. This is where we are told what is happening already at the region or district. So then when you turn to needs, because you're going to be at the table when this is discussed, when you talk about needs, maybe there is a non-migrant program that already satisfies this need. And if the answer is yes, then we want to know the name of that non-migrant program that is satisfying that need and what services are provided. And if the answer is no, and it's usually no, then you have to add the services within the migrant program to satisfy that need. We always look at this. This is how each component is addressed. So based on those needs, so for example, if you say, you talked about health, for example. In my area, young children are not being immunized or something like that. This is preschool. Or maybe the need is that they don't know how to read or they haven't learned the alphabet. So maybe you need a service to provide 4-year-olds to learn the alphabet and start learning how to read. Maybe that's the need. And here's where you tell us what service is going to be set in place and when. Is it going to be during the regular school year, in the summer? Is it after school? And I'm going to make a comparison, which may not work, but the service agreement is like, for instance, you want to remodel your house. So you're going to fix the front yard, you're going to fix the kitchen and the bathroom. All of the components, preschool, English language learning, is each area that we're going to fix. And then how are we going to do it? When are we going to do it? Each issued, like a remodel. Okay, here's the kitchen. We're going to remove the cabinets. We're going to get a new refrigerator. Each item has to be indicated separately. So here you're going to say, all right, what is the service? What strategies are going to be used to teach the alphabet, for example? What's the curriculum? The method to teach this? All of this must be explained for each service. So, for example, in the kitchen, you need one service to fix the cabinets. To fix the floor, you need another service. So this must be repeated for each service, the morning, the afternoon, Saturday, regular school year. So for preschool, perhaps there are 5 services that you're going to add. And you're going to review this again and again. You're going to tell us how many minutes per day, how many days per week. What's missing here is the number of weeks, the number of children who will receive this service. You don't know yet, but more or less you have a certain idea that these are similar to those of last year. That's where you get your data. And what's missing here is a priority service. And here we've added those children. How many of them are priority for service? Selena is going to address the goals. Those of you who were here at the last session, I don't know whether you remember that we talked about the state plan. For those of you who are new, let me review. The migrant program has to work through a state plan. We do a needs assessment every 3 or 4 years, and based on the needs we find, we put together a state plan. And this state plan includes all the areas that we are going to focus. And if you recall, the last time we talked about preschool. And we also told you that English learners must improve. They have to improve in math. They need algebra, because if they don't have algebra, they can't progress to higher mathematics. They have to get prepared for the CASE. That's the high school exam. That's CAHSEE. And they have to take the classes they need in order to go to college, because just going to high school doesn't mean that you are prepared to apply for college. This is just a brief review, because in each application from each of the regions, you have a division depending on the areas, and the goals are in each area according to the state plan. And the application is linked to the state plan. That's what we have to do. Here we have an example for preschool services. One of the measurable objectives, 1.1, is that the percentage of migrant students in preschool who receive high-quality early education will increase annually. So the state goal is 80%. So in each region, 80% of the children must be in a high-quality program. So you, year after year, must take a look at this number and see that it increases. So if last year it was 50%, this year it has to be 53%, 55%. It has to improve. The second measurable objective is 1.2, the percentage of children who participate in home programs or in centers for migrant education and who are ready for kindergarten at the age of 5 will increase by 5% per year. So every year it must improve by 5%. Those are the children who are ready for kindergarten. In the state plan, ready for kindergarten is prepared. They know 10 letters, capital letters. They know 10 lowercase letters. They know how to say them. They know the sounds. And that's all there in the state plan. Do any of you have preschool children? Have you received preschool migrant education programs? at-home programs and at a center too.
Ok, so, entonces, el servicio que
So the service provided is the home program. So the person who goes to your house, the region has to tell that person that the child must be taught letters, the name of the letter, and the sound of the letter. So if you recall, and I hope that's what happened, that's what your child was taught. A person showed up at our house and they tested the child at the beginning, at the end of the program, and she was very dedicated. These are children who have recently arrived, and there's a culture shock, which is very difficult to overcome. They teach everything in Spanish, but they go adding more and more English. And they have a graduation ceremony too. It's very nice. Thank you. So you have to know what the objectives are, and that tells you what each program should include at your region. So you must tell your director, I want to take a look at this program at this school. Read the state plan, read the measurable outcomes, and you will know what the children have to be taught. The measurable outcome 1.1 says that at the regional level, they should focus on putting a child in a program. So we want at-home programs, but if there is a school program, they should give that slot to a migrant child. And every year, there must be more slots for those children. Sometimes there's a Head Start at the regional level, and Head Start only has a certain number of slots, and they fill up very quickly because many families are qualified for Head Start, or maybe there's a preschool, a state preschool program. There are many of those, but they fill up very quickly. So the region says, go talk to Head Start, go talk to the state preschool programs, and make sure that your family has enough slots, and go adding to this year after year. And if you can't do that, start your own preschool program. This is 1.2. You can start a program just for migrant families. Invite them. And then the last point, when we did the needs assessment, we found that many children started kindergarten at an age that was almost 6 years of age, and kindergarten is for 5-year-olds. At the age of 6, a child has to know how to read. So if kindergarten is started too late, the child is already delayed from the start. So that was the other measurable outcome, and every year the regions had to measure the ages of all of the migrant children starting kindergarten. I can tell you that we have achieved our goal here. Every region is improving in this area. These other two, we don't really know very well because the regions haven't been collecting the data. I like to hear that in your region they were doing the pre-test and the post-test before and after to find out whether the child learned something. But this wasn't happening everywhere. This is a recent focus. This is why we have this within the application for preschool, English learners, mathematics, and summer school. Does this program work or not? Why are we investing all this money in a program if we don't know if it works? Somebody liked it, but that's not a test. We need to show me. We need the evidence with a test showing where the student was and what the student achieved after that intervention.
Selena has spoken now a little bit about the evaluation that needs to be done. So the application also directs us to give us the plan for evaluation. What is that plan going to be? and what is going to be the pre-test and the post-test after receiving services. There are different ways of collecting data. They're quantitative and qualitative. The ones that are numbers are quantitative. That's what Selena was talking about before. How is the student doing before, and how is the student doing afterwards? And the region must tell us which tests are going to be given and what evaluations will give us that information. It's going to be for every student is a priority student, but for the other components, the area where it says priority for services is not in black, so you're going to have to put an X there. Those that are priority for services are going to or migrant students, which are you going to give this to? So this is part of the application that the region must give us information on as to what they're going to do. The other way of receiving information or measures that are taken are qualitative. This is an evaluation or a questionnaire for the parents. It could be let's say which other groups could give us information that would be qualitative. Who else could give us that information? Perhaps group interviews. Who else could give us that information on how this program is working? Qualitative simply means not information, but rather a questionnaire. So when someone is, or an observation, who would that person be that does an observation or responds to a questionnaire that would give us a qualitative information? Let's say you go into your child's classroom. The teacher not just gives tests, she also, as part of her work, observes. She observes the child's behavior, how the child is doing his activities, but the teacher could also do questionnaires. What did you think about that activity? Did you like the way that I taught it? Did you like this strategy? That's an example of how this would be done with the children in the classroom. Sometimes it's a good idea to ask parents questions in a questionnaire. What did you think about your child before he had the service, and what did you think about it afterwards? Even preschool children can give us a little bit of information as well. Maybe in the beginning they were very timid children, they were very shy, they didn't want to participate, they didn't feel comfortable because they didn't know the information. But then after the service they may be very well involved, they do participate and they're happy. That's something that would be said in the observations too. If they're very, very tiny, maybe they won't be able to tell us, but if they're a little bit older, the students can give us a lot of information that can allow us to get more information on the program. As an example, too, we have just had a meeting with the directors asking them for all the information on their preschool programs. We said, look at this information and you tell us what you think went on here, because when we reviewed it, we saw that there was not a lot of information. They had information for pre, but not post. They said that they were going to have a program for 15 children, but there were only 10 children present. A lot of families did not attend. So for evaluation for that group, I gave a suggestion that perhaps it would be good to do a questionnaire of the families. Ask the families why they didn't come so that you can improve the program the next time. So this is about evaluating the program. Did it work? Did it not work? And why didn't it work? And this is really important. Is it because the family did not come because it was not at an adequate hour? This might be something that you should take into account. If it was something dealing with transportation issues, maybe something can be done so that families can come to help them out with transportation. That's all information that gives you information to be able to improve your services for the following year. A question, please. Sonia. I had problems with my son when I tried to send him to preschool. The capacity for the group, it was already very full. There was quite a few children in my area. When I took him to get services at a public school, we were told that we had made too high wages, and so our child could not attend preschool. So he was going to be put on a waiting list, and there were 300 children on a waiting list. And when we were told that we could bring him, we had to pay $250 for him to be able to go to preschool. So there's a great need in preschool children, because I don't consider myself a high income family. I believe that I think that 10,000 or 12,000 a year is what you are able to make. I know there is a great need, and this is a unique thing of this migrant program. There's a lot of funds out there, but not those dedicated for preschool. This does have funds for preschool. There's not a lot of programs like ours, so in your regions you need to see how many preschool children do we have and how many resources should be focused on them compared to other areas where there are also needs. Unfortunately, that's how it is. There's only a certain amount of money, and one must decide where one is going to use that money. And when Selena was talking about the budget on the title page of the money that is directed towards preschool must be used in preschool. If you need even more, there is other money that can be taken, that you can take from in order to use it for preschool. Not the other way around. For instance, you can't take money from preschool because those are dedicated preschool funds, but if there's another need that is not as high a need, you can use that. It's not moved, but rather it could be added to the preschool funds. The next part of our evaluation. Now you've had the services. This is what the service is going to be. It's going to be Saturday school so that the children can learn their alphabet. Who is needed for those services? This is where we would say there is need for 2 teachers. And then there are employees, there's staff that's certified, maybe the administrators or teachers that need to have a teaching certificate, and employees. There's a lot of people who are not certified to be educators that do administer the program, and this is where you write the number down where it says FTE. That means full-time equivalency. That's full-time equivalent, full-time work. For example, if it's 8-hour work full-time and this person works 4 hours, it would be 0.5, half of full-time. This is where all that information is given. And depending on how many people are needed for the program, how much of that work is financed by the migrant program and how much is funded by another. What is the percentage that the migrant program pays or that another program pays? There are some people that work for 4 hours for their migrant program and 4 hours for another different program. This is where you tell us exactly who you need, not people's names, but the positions that are needed. And the state plan also requires, and I believe that also the CDC code, people in migrant families need to be qualified to work for the unique needs of this part of the population. This is where you would let us know what training is going to be given to the staff to prepare them well in order to perform their job. Afterwards, when we do auditing on those programs, we ask the regions or the districts, you said you were going to give staff training. Where is the evidence that you did give it? It's really important, and it is a requirement. The last portion is the budget. This is where you have to let us know on this service for Saturday, it's going to go for 25 weeks, 2 hours each Saturday. How much is this going to cost? What are we going to need? And exactly how much is this going to cost us? This is the portion where you would give us this information. When we said last week that every federal expenditure has to be reasonable, necessary, and assignable, the section of the code has to come under a particular section, and that is accounting, financial accounting. On the heading, there were certain numbers for the money for a regular program. I believe that it said 3060. I believe that it was slide number 16. It said regular school course, and it has 3060. That is the section. That's code section for personnel, for the staff, for instance, for teachers. I believe that it would be 1900 for classified staff. It would be like about 200. So every expenditure has a particular code number. So it's related to the service that is being proposed. It has to be right here with its description. Perhaps it's for a teacher or for materials to be used. Perhaps it's for a computer that needs to be bought. All of that will be placed here with a brief narrative as to what you're going to use it for. For instance, if it's books, and then you put the amount, well, books are going to cost $20,000. All right, then how many books? How much will each book cost? So if you just say we need books for $20,000, that's not going to be approved. We're going to give you feedback. We're going to tell you, ask you how many books are there going to be and how much is each one going to cost. Yeah, but it's not just one book. It's a set of 5 books. That's different. We need for you to put down 100 set, and each set is going to cost us such and such an amount of dollars. We're talking about the same thing with mileage. This needs to be here. Miles, how much are you charging for miles to go to homes? I don't know if Elvia told you, but there's an example in your binder of the service agreement application. So we're only taking portions of what's in it to put it up here. So for example, what Elvia was saying, let's say that you're going to set up a preschool program, and for that program you'll need, perhaps it's for the home program, so there's going to be a need for teachers, a need for payment of transportation expenses, the need to buy books, and perhaps food. Sometimes you need to have a snack for the children. So you saw it here. Let's say 10 teachers. So it would say teachers there. Then here it would say 10 teachers at $20 an hour for 3 hours for 30 days, depending on how long they're going to be hired for, and the total would be here. And below, you would put down miles. The payment for teachers' transportation to parents' home, 50 cents a mile for 100 miles, and the amount would be here. Then books and school supplies, pencils and that stuff. And so that would say books for 30 families, school supplies, paper, pencils, and the amount would be here. So depending on the expense that it is, you write it down. Salaries is different from transportation, from supplies, from supplies. So these have to be separated, stating how much you're going to pay for each one. This is new. It wasn't here before, and this is to make this more transparent. so that you can tell us how the funds are being spent. It's very detailed. And we make these calculations, and when you put down a particular amount, we do that. We estimate it again so that we can figure out if it's the correct amount. Sometimes they don't match. This does not match with something else, so that needs to be fixed. But this is all part of the process. We review, we give you feedback to the regions, and then they either correct or change, or perhaps, depending on what the feedback was, and they reissue it to us so that we continue that process until everything is well aligned. There are other questions that can, I don't know if you're, yes, I'd just like to ask a question. Selena was saying that this is something new in the way it's being done. It is new. We began about 2 years ago, Selena, didn't we? So which means that the previous one that was presented was done. The other agreement was done in this fashion as well. Yes.
El año 13-14 fue el primer año.
2013, 2014 was the first year, and now this is the second year coming up, 2014, 2015. Another question? Let's continue with the next item, number 5. Education Code 54444.2, State Parent Advisory Council Report. I just want to tell the group that through our meetings, we're going to review all the applications so that you can understand what's going on in your regions. Some of the applications are more than 100 pages long, but what we would like is to bring a part of the application from your regions so that you can take a look. You can ask for it from your directors. I think that in the information that Sylvia provided this morning, we have the 2012-2013 information. It says draft because it has not been turned over to the legislature. It's going through procedures at the department, but it's sort of finished. At our last meeting, we reviewed the Ed Code dealing with the SPAC relationship to the report. It says that you have to submit a report to the legislature and so on. This is why we do it. How can we provide recommendations to the superintendent? This is an official way. The SPAC makes recommendations and evaluates the program, and we're trying to improve the way we do it. It's all a process that must be improved. The report that you received this morning was reported in 2 parts. I don't have it. The first part provides a summary. Part 1, for example. Part 1 provides a summary of the survey carried out here at the SPAC. And it includes that summary and then the data in detail regarding that survey. And the second part, I think you know about that already, those of you who have gone to the conference. The second part of the report has a similar format. It starts with a summary of the survey answered by the parents at the conference, and then it provides the data in detail. Then at the end of the report, you have the recommendations from these surveys. I think that in July 2013, we provided the SPAC information, and they came up with recommendations in 3 areas. The first area was scope and student support. And the recommendations start on page 34 of the report. Next to that, the items that the SPAC believed that should receive attention and improvement. We give you this information because at the state level, we have to consider these recommendations, and at a regional level, you also, when you are at the table developing the service agreement plan, you can consider these recommendations. Another area was provision of education and information, and then technical assistance. The details on pages 34 and 35 of the report. The recommendations are easy to see. Any questions about any part of the report? Information, how it was written? One of the things that we did in this report was to try and consider the exact words used in the surveys to write the report. So you will see that in many parts of the report, we have exact quotes. How do you say that in Spanish? Quotation marks. So you can see that much of the information is within quotation marks because we are quoting the survey verbatim. We tried to use the parents' voice as much as possible when we wrote the report. We wanted to show you the report because you are also going to write a report, and we wanted you to see an example. We have another year, but we don't have it ready. The last year, no, the 2014 report, we received a lot of information from the regions, and one of the areas we didn't get the information back. We've almost finished. We're still collecting information. We had hoped to produce it by the end of October, then the end of November, and now I know it won't be ready by the end of December. But we hope to have a draft ready, even if it's a sort of rough draft, for the February meeting. Unfortunately, we haven't had the staff we need to move this more rapidly. But we share this report with the regional directors so that they can see the SPAC's focus. And I would recommend that you read it so that you may understand what the previous group did and what needs they perceived. Because this is also shared with the superintendent and the legislature. We have just completed the current report. It had to be translated, And that took a while. It was written in Spanish, but the groups that receive it don't speak Spanish, so we had to translate it into English. We've just done that. And the latest report was also sent to the State Board of Education, to the superintendent and the legislature. Sometimes they send us a note, sometimes not. Nobody's responded other than thank you with this last report. But the idea is we wanted to take a group, maybe the officers, to make a presentation to the superintendent or to the state board or the legislature so that you can talk about what the report contains. But it has to be shared with the regional directors because they are promoting the programs at a regional level and they can make rapid changes. I would suggest that you take a while, and I know you don't have much time, we're all so busy, but maybe right now you can take a look in your binders, take a quick look at it, and maybe you have questions. The recommendations are at the end. They start on page 34. And you will see that many of the recommendations are here. You may have shared this with us already in these 2 meetings that we have had. I think this can help you focus and think about how to share these needs and how to come up with a recommendation. The summaries of Part 1 and Part 2 are very brief, and as we are a little ahead in the schedule, maybe you would like to read the summaries of Part 1 and Part 2 and talk about it. Let's take a moment to do that. If you want, you can have 10 to 15 minutes. I think the summary of Part 1 or the summary of Part 2 are the easiest to examine. Part 1, if you look at page 12, that's where the summary starts. Part 2, the summary starts on page 26. The introduction also provides good information. That's on page 11. And one of the summaries. And you can have a conversation at each of the tables, and then we can share your thoughts. Getting the hang of it. I would imagine for the next report, you don't have to follow this format. You can give us your ideas, your recommendations, and suggest how we can write a better report. And for the February meeting, we hope to give you the draft for the most recent report. And you will be able to then have two in order to compare and contrast. And you may have different ideas about your own report that you will send to the superintendent. Read it and take notes in order to provide us with the information as to how you want to write it the next time. Any comments, any questions about what you have read, how it was done? Anything interesting? Julio. They talk about parent participation here too. This is very important. The meetings that we have had low attendance initially. Parents expect to benefit. And when nothing important happens at a meeting, and for 40 minutes somebody talks about a subject that we decided earlier. A parent needs a survey. What do the parents want to know? We survey the parents. For example, do you want to know about gangs? Our task as advisors is to tell the personnel, bring us a person who's an expert on gangs, somebody from the police perhaps. And this has been an important key to get parents to come to our meetings. And that increases attendance at our meetings. Why is that? Because the parents can think, well, I learned something, and at the next meeting I'm going to learn something else, and they come with somebody else. So parent participation, it is important. We need to know how we can help the staff. Sometimes they don't know how to address the parents, how to connect with the parents, and we are the link. Thank you. One of the recommendations, one of the comments said that they need and want workshops. This is what the parents want, because they need a lot of information. They need support. Thank you. So the report for 2015 is going to be developed together with you. We want information about how you want to write it. And we also want to provide a workshop to help you in this task. We're developing the idea, how we're going to do it, to help you at the state conference. Earlier, traditionally, the SPAC members have worked very hard, very energetically at the conference. That's not about to change. And on the Friday, we're going to need you to do all of this important work. What we want to change is the workshop day. We want to give you the opportunity to go to a workshop for the SPAC only, for the purpose of writing the report. A workshop for evaluating the program needs assessment and an evaluation and recommendations, and start writing the report right there at the conference. Because as you can see, this was last year's and it has to be done in 120 days. It was written in 120 days, but then we had to translate it. We needed a contractor to carry out the translation and so on. And here we are, just about to write the 2014 report, to produce it. We need to find a way to give you the training and the opportunity to write it. This is what we're trying to develop. So the first workshop, as we discussed last week, will be about the report. And we don't know about the other workshops. We don't know how many proposals we're going to get about the workshops and how we're going to set it all up. But depending on the workshops, the rest of the day for you may involve training too. Any questions or comments? I have a question. The workshop would, for the SPAC members, would be focused on how to write the report, how to write a report? Yes. We haven't developed it yet. We haven't discussed it much. But we expect to get data from the regions so that you will have the information about how the students have been doing in the past in order to prepare an informed report with the data from your region. And who would be the speaker at this workshop? Who have you thought of? We haven't discussed it yet. I imagine it'll be somebody from the department. But we haven't figured out those details yet. Could it be an outsider? Can we suggest somebody for that workshop? The workshop is for you. So, no. A person who's not from the department to provide that workshop. Somebody who can specifically tell us what a report is and how to write it. Somebody from the outside. If you have a suggestion, that's fine, but we have to consider the cost. A person from the department would do it for free because that person works there already. We don't have to pay that person. An outsider might require payment. So it depends on the cost and if there is anybody else who can do it. But we can make a suggestion? Yes. Thank you. Let's talk about item 6, which is for information only, and that's review and planning of the State Migrant Parent Conference. Here are the names of the members of the subcommittee. I think everybody's here? Yes. Concepcion? Oh, I'm sorry.
Opinion.
If you recall, at the last meeting, we said that this year, as we don't have that much time, we didn't want you to prepare a workshop, but you are super leaders, and you said that you wanted to do it. So thank you so much. Last week, I told you that I was very proud of you because you, as leaders, said that you could do it. And some of you said that you were willing to be facilitators or group leaders. So here, with the president and the vice president, they set up some workshops and agreed, and this is what Sylvia is distributing now. And Isaias, the president, is going to explain this to you. We chose this subject, parents as boosters of change in education. The packet, which is in black and white, this is for the SPAC. It provides all the information. This is what we parents have. And the one that's in color, that's what we're going to give the parents. That's why there are two packages. There should be two packages. One of them is in black and white. One has more drawings than the other. The first one has the entire presentation that we have to study as SPAC parents. The information is here, and if you look at the one that's in color, there are two different pages. This one here, this is the information that I have to learn as an SPAC parent. This one provides all of the information, parent support of their children. Education works better when all participants collaborate. Our attitude towards education and the support that we provide as parents, which is essential for children. And then the next item, parents know their children better than anybody else. And the next item would be parents can help children recognize that they learn from every experience. Last week, we talked about the fact that all workshops must be consistent with the state plan. Julio from Region 1 said that as these are parents, maybe they can address the issue of parents. This has the objective that Isaias stated in the second slide. And it deals with parent participation and the first item that's there. So it agrees, it's consistent with the state plan because it's developing parent skills so that they can help their children. I don't know if this is being clearly explained, but the pamphlet that has drawings here on the second page at the top, the one that doesn't have drawings, that's what you have to study. The one that has the drawings is what is going to be shown to the parents. So that's going to be the PowerPoint that the parents will see. This other one is the one you have to study. It provides more details, allowing you to give the workshop. But I want to explain that the department has to approve this workshop. So yesterday afternoon this was presented. So this is a draft, but I think it's enough to allow you to start working. I think we're going to divide you into groups so that you can start deciding, okay, I'm going to deal with slide 1 to 6 or whatever. We want to see if we can do this as a group activity. I have the main facilitators, Concepcion Gonzalez. She hasn't come, but she was willing. She just has to know what group she will be working with. Sonia Sanchez, Erlinda Hurtado, María Duarte, Julio Salazar, and myself, Isaías Rodriguez. Before we divide into groups, do you have any questions or comments about the workshop that is being proposed for you to present this workshop? So everything is understood. I know that previously there were persons who didn't feel too good as a speaker. Maybe there's somebody who doesn't want to get too involved, or somebody who says, I want to be on the team, but I'm only going to be there for support. If you want me to go get more water, I'll do that. So if you are one of those persons, there's a question. Those persons were from last week? Yes. I don't understand their role. Those were the persons who volunteered to lead the groups. These are the people who are going to, they're not going to be leaders of the group, but they are going to facilitate and coordinate the work of others. And if anybody feels uncomfortable with that task, they're going to provide support. Well, I'll participate. The people who are willing to be leaders, could you stand up so that everybody knows who you are? We're missing two, Concepcion and María Duarte, who had to leave. There were 6 groups, right? 6 people? So we're missing Concepcion. And Leticia Duarte left. Concepcion is not here. She would be another person. But let's assume that she's here. These are the subcommittee persons. Who are the speakers? Here are the names: Concepcion González, Sonia Sánchez, Erlinda Hurtado, María Duarte, Julio Salazar, Isaías Rodriguez. So let's assume that Concepcion is right here with us. Those of you who want to have a secondary role, please attach to one of these other persons. Who of you would rather not be a speaker, would prefer to have a minimal role? Okay. So we're ready to go. So let's choose a number, 1 to 6. Let's start with Salvador. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you're 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, and those who are not here would be 5 and 6. So everybody who's number 1, get together with Mrs. Hurtado. All the numbers 1. And you're going to be in her group. Number 2 with Mrs. Duarte. Who are the numbers 2? And whoever is a leader, write down the names of your group. Mrs. Duarte, who has number 2? Are you number 2? Don't move all your stuff because you're going to go back to your own table. This is just to prepare the lists. Who else is a number 2? Number 3. There with Julio. He's going to prepare the number 3 list. Number 4, you meet with Sonia. I only get one person. Number 5, you're with Isaías, our president. Who is number 5? There has to be somebody else in 4. Who else is 4? And who's number 5 with Isaías? You're 5, aren't you? I'm a 5? And who else? There was a 5 at this table too. No? And number 6. You're with Conchita. So there are 3 persons per group.
There's one that's given in English.
One of them is in English. I forgot about that. Last year, the English language workshop didn't pan out because there was nobody to listen. I was in the group that was going to provide the workshop in English, and the group wanted the talk in Spanish because there was nobody who had a problem with Spanish. Could we ask one of you to provide the workshop in English? Well, he speaks English and Spanish. Whatever. I recall that last year nobody showed up to the English language workshop. All the persons there spoke Spanish and they asked for the workshop in Spanish. So, I don't know. The lady from Region 17 speaks English. Do you want to swap groups? Julio and Maria? So Julio's group is going to prepare this in English. Well, we can translate it, but you can start the preparation in English. So those of you who are group leaders, make a list and give us the names on that list. Not everyone is here. Conchita isn't here, but we will give her the information. And the groups that are made up of only 2 people, you can get together with another group. So now that you have the lists ready, go back to your seats and give us the lists so that we know exactly which groups are made up. So Julio, are you okay with English? Yes? Isaías? So I think that group should prepare it in both languages, because if they prepare it in English and everybody wants it in Spanish, well, maybe they can do it both ways, but we're going to give you 5 minutes to get organized, and then we will ask that question again.
¿Qué?
La hora de la siesta, Patricia. La hora de la siesta.
¿Quieres que tome yo? ¿Que siga?
Así voy al baño y me
Perfecto.
pongo un poco de lipstick. Porque me siento cara de mierda.
Please, each one of the leaders come up and give us the information as to who is in your group. I'd like you to come up, please, to announce the groups. Let's go on with the meeting, please. We're going to do a brief review of the groups. Number 1 is Ms. Erlinda Hurtado with Francisco Diaz and Salvador Torres. Number 2 is Maria Duarte with Jose Gudinho and Carmen Zamora. Group 3 in English is Jeanette Ortiz, Adalberto Chavez, and Mr. Salazar. Number 4 is Ms. Sonia Sanchez and Valentin and Amberis. Number 5 is Mr. Rodriguez with Mrs. Guadarrama and Gonzalez and Guillermina Donantes. What we are missing is one that had to leave early, so we're still missing 4 people. Those 4 people will go to group 5 and 6 so that we will have enough people in each group. I would just like to add that this presentation has not been approved as yet by the superintendent, and that has to be approved first. We've already let Isaías know, as well as Sonia, when we met with them yesterday. I believe that everyone is in agreement that you guys that this was a really good job on the PowerPoint, but because the state conference needs to be approved by the superintendent, This is something that we'll send to the superintendent for his approval, and we'll also have to ask regarding the trainings, whether somebody has to be brought in to give you a specific workshop to train you for this presentation, or perhaps Elvia, somebody had said that Isaías could do the training. We're going to bring someone to give us training. We have to talk about that as well. We need to know who that is so that superintendent can approve that. We had said that it was going to be someone that we were going to bring in because of the time period, time crunch. That's what was going to be done. Yes, but remember that we need to be sure that this is approved first by the superintendent. As we said, this is a draft. If you want to review the slides, that's fine, but they may have to be changed. As soon as we have approval, we'll send it out to everyone so you know, and so you will have more time to prepare. We must also specify that the English workshop doesn't need to be in English because last year it had to be done in Spanish. So be ready to give it either in English or in Spanish. We always have to have a group to be able to give it in English. The subcommittee met this morning before the 10:30 meeting. The second point that we talked about in that subcommittee was the art exhibition, and Ms. Sanchez is going to speak to that subject for a little while. We tried this morning to deal with the art exhibit. For those of you that have not had a lot to do with this subject, this is what each one of the regions brings, representing what has been done in their regions. For instance, we can bring photographs or whatever is cultivated there, or the fruits that, or no. That's not the art exhibits. We're talking about the art exhibits, the drawings done by our children in the regions. We're asking for all the regions to cooperate. We should all try to bring our children's art, because I believe there's art in each region. For example, the logo of all the everybody brought a logo from each region. That's going to be displayed at the conference. Every child that drew will be there. We would also like art from the regions be brought, not just from the children that did a logo, and that every representative from a region be responsible for putting them up and taking them down. That should be the responsibility of the representative from each region. I also want to clarify that not all the regions turned in a logo or a design for a logo. I believe that there were 9 from regions that participated in the contest for the logo. I didn't take them last year. I forgot, but this year I've got in mind that all of them need to be there. All the art, all the photos, or rather the drawings that were made, not necessarily the students. We had first, second, and third place. Those are the ones that are also invited to participate, as well as the honor students. This past year, I've had the experience, and what I heard about the previous year as well, only one region has brought art for people to view, or two regions. But people had said that they thought it was really nice if there was art from other regions. So if each region brings 1, 2, or 3 drawings from their students, we will display them so that everyone can see them. But somebody in the region has to be responsible for putting it up and for taking it down. And I'd like to also say that when is the deadline for the drawing? There's 2 different things. The contest for the logo has to be turned in by the 9th, but the day of the conference, there is an art exhibition, and that's something totally different. That's for any student from your region who would like to participate in that art exhibit. That's different. That's different from the contest. Yes. Vicenta. So you mean that the art drawings have to be any story, or is there a particular subject? The ones that are brought for art exhibits or for the... No, they don't need to have a subject, but they have to be approved by the regions. Someone must review them to make sure that there's nothing inappropriate in it. I'm asking because I have a daughter that draws, and she's got one that is a cartoon, and there's another one with a man playing a guitar. Well, she has 3 or 4 different types of drawings in high school. That's why I'm asking, is it just any drawing in particular, or a particular topic or significance? For the art exhibit, it could be any drawing. The logo, though, is something specific, but the art exhibit can be anything. It doesn't matter, just so long as by the students and that it is appropriate. It has to be for that region, from that region. The region has to view it to make sure that they are appropriate for the exhibit. The second point is about the main speakers. Last year we had a main speaker from SPAC. We did a brief application, and a person was chosen, Ms. Conchita Gonzalez, who is not here today. I wanted her to give you some words regarding what she did last year, but she's not here. We talked in the subcommittee with that respect, and the impression was that they wanted there to be a main speaker again, and that it should be one of you. What we talked about is that we give the report, we do the report that tells you everything that you need to do this, and an application. We send it to your region, and then each one of you who would like to be a main speaker can send your application before the 9th of January through your directors in your region. And by the 30th of January, we will have announced who will be the main speaker. If you would like to participate, or if you would like to apply for a main speaker, it would be between 25 to 30-minute speech that would take place on Saturday. I believe it would be on Saturday. It would be during the breakfast hour. What else would you like to know about that, about how you would apply for it? Julio, the main speaker, would the main speaker speak about what subject? That's a good question. The main speakers are always asked to speak a little about their own experiences and how they are related to the subject of the conference. Your personal experiences, but for example, this year, yes, your life experiences, but using the subject of the conference regarding your personal life, your achievements, all the things that have helped you. That would be the subject. That would be about you personally, your life in particular. I believe that I got the information for the subcommittee and I didn't get it back. So I'd like to give you another example, but be that as it may, if you are interested in being a main speaker, what we'll do is to send you the information and the application to your directors. Please contact your director telling him that you are interested in being a main speaker, that application has to be turned in by the 9th of January. Did you all hear? All right. And other suggestions that have been made for other speakers have been, I believe, 6 other suggestions. One of them is Miss Vanessa Vallarta, an attorney in Salinas. Another possibility is Jose Castellano. I don't know him very well, but he's from Bakersfield. He was suggested by Region 5. Then there's Sergio Garcia. I don't know if you recognize the name. He received his, he became an attorney this year. He's undocumented, and he fought for his credentials as an attorney, and he's here undocumented. Ms. Carmen, could you tell us a little bit about him? Mr. Sergio Garcia is from Region 2, from Chico. Okay. This is someone that I recommended, and I'm just going to give you just a brief summary of who he is. He was already an attorney, and taken by the emotion, he went to the Supreme Court of the state of California. Sergio Garcia, undocumented Mexican immigrant, after a struggle of almost 5 years to obtain his degree to practice as an attorney, was put under oath to the state capitol. I believe that we had a meeting at the Holiday Inn, and at the breakfast hour I left because I had to go make some copies at the office, and I saw many people at the Capitol. The television news was there, and I thought to myself, what could be going on? And when I got home after the SPAC meeting, I turned on the TV set, and I saw that was the day that Mr. Sergio was being honored, because that was when he was finally able to get his license, and he has no social security number and no immigration papers. He says that he's focused in making sure that doors open for undocumented students that can enter school, and that they are able to go practice law, becoming attorneys. Another recommendation that was made is also Antolin Garza, an independent counselor, education counselor in Texas. I don't know who brought his name forward for this, but I believe that he's also worked for the migrant program in Texas. Jamie Carias is also someone who works with families. He's from Los Angeles. He's attended our conferences the last few years as a presenter at one of the workshops. His organization works specifically on the theme of the conference, preparation for college and a career. And then Ms. Kitpush. Julio, do you remember what her first name is? Because I've forgotten it. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about her, because I know that Region 1 has used her for trainings and workshops.
Yes, Kate Bush is from Texas. We shared a bunch of training sessions with her. What's essential about her is that she fills you with joy. She allows you to imagine what it's like to live in a train car and what she has achieved.
Persona militar retirada.
She's retired from the military,
Y eso es lo que motiva a los jóvenes.
and she's very motivational.
Haber llegado desde abajo.
She struggled
Y otra cosa, otro
from the
reto
depths.
más,
And
ser
another
mujer,
issue, she's a woman,
es lo que le interesa a los jóvenes.
and this is what
Que no hay límites
interests
para
young people,
lograr las-
that there are no
las
limitations
metas.
to their goals. This lady
Ha venido una vez, la vamos a tener otra vez
showed up
en una
once, and God willing, she'll come back
que va a
again.
hacer una serie de talleres universitarios.
She's going to provide a bunch of workshops at different districts because the time she devoted to us wasn't enough.
La pidieron más los padres
So the parents asked for her to come back,
y se les va a dar la oportunidad.
and they're
¿no?
going to be given the
Entonces,
chance.
a señora Kate Bush,
So Kate Bush,
ampliamente recomendada.
she's highly recommended.
La pueden buscar en internet.
You can check her out on internet. That her story appears there. She's published books.
No es militar retirado,
She's a vet.
es algo de lo que me puedo decir.
That's all I can tell you.
Entonces, una cosa que debemos de recordar
Let's
es que
remember
los principales
that
estar, relacionados
main speakers should be linked to the theme of the conference. I was writing this down, and here this is the link to higher education and a career plan. And I now want you to discuss the speakers and provide some additional suggestions. Migrants linking paths to prosperity.
Entonces, las recomendaciones que ustedes
So your recommendations
examinan, por ejemplo, están disponibles las personas que
can be used so to find out whether these people are available, how much they would cost, and we have to ask questions and get approval.
Se llama Consuelo Kate Bush.
Consuelo Kate Bush, that's her name.
Una pregunta.
I have a question.
El tema regional es migrantes enlazando caminos.
The regional theme is migrants linking
Okay, porque yo tengo
the path to prosperity. Yeah, that I have the theme linking the path to college. I'm confused. Yes, we changed it because the focus is college and career plan. We wanted to capture that although we want children to continue to college, but a career is also another option. So we need a link so that they can prosper whatever path they choose. So you have a focus and a theme. Yes. Any other suggestion or comment about the main speakers? Erlinda, Region 21. Yes, I wanted to suggest a teacher who was in Bakersfield College, Gonzalo Santos. He's working for the college. He helps the students a lot, helps them get grants, scholarships. He's focused on helping them and giving them direction. Julio.
Yo pienso que es una
I think a key is this gentleman who's provided workshops and who's taught us to provide workshops. His name is Alfredo Castañeda. He has a radio program and a TV program. He's helped in prison, and he's very open to the parents. He has motivated us so that we continue participating. So we have a lot of recommendations, but there isn't much space, especially if we have somebody from the SPAC. Maybe 3 or 4 is what we need. We need to reduce the list to come up with a recommendation. So I don't know whether you have 1 or 2 favorites when we provided these names. Who do you want to include? Or shall we vote? If anybody has more information about these people, please provide it. I'm sorry.
Where are we at the agenda? Alas.
Ay de mí.
Lamentablemente. I don't recall what you said about Alfredo Castañeda. He's a teacher, an attorney. He's a university professor. He comes from Michoacán and got here the way many of us arrived here. He had his career. He's very motivational. The fact that he's so beloved. Excuse me, can I propose someone else? Yes. I wanted to suggest Constantino Costa. He's the new director of the binational program. What's the name again? Constantino Silva. Region 14, Chavez. I would like to suggest another person. He's a teacher who, as Julio said, arrived the way most of us did, as a field worker, and he's now been proposed as Teacher of the Year at a national level. Sergio Fernandez. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he has really shown a will to help himself and get ahead. He's a teacher, yes. Let's vote. You can each vote for 3 persons. Guillermina. I just wanted to say that Constantino Silva was also a migrant child, and his achievements are many. Shall we start voting? I'm sorry, Erlinda. I wanted to add about Mr. Santos. I wanted to add that he is a professor in Bakersfield, and he works in the community. He's worked migrant children, people who have no documents. He's a leader. And he was one of the leaders in the pilgrimage from Bakersfield to Sacramento. I think he's a good choice, just a suggestion, because we need somebody who truly is motivational, who can truly help us. We're going to vote for 3 persons. So, Region 1. I'm sorry, Vicenta. A correction. We have 10 candidates, but 8 appears twice.
Comenzamos por el señor de Región 1.
Region 1.
La región 1 sería,
Region
en
1.
primer lugar, el abogado.
The attorney in the first place.
¿Se podemos decir por números?
Use the numbers, please, to make it easier.
Sergio García,
Sergio Garcia?
el abogado sin
Is that the attorney? The undocumented attorney? No.
mis tres, sería el micrófono, por favor. Sergio García.
Sergio Garcia, that's the undocumented attorney.
Teniente Consuelo Castillo Kibush
Consuelo Kibush
y Alfredo Castañeda.
and Alfredo Castañeda. Region 2. Sergio Garcia, Consuelo Kickbush, and Constantino Silva, number 9. Region 3. I would vote for Sergio Garcia, Constantino Silva, number 9, sorry, and Alfredo Castañeda. Region 4, Susana Guadarrama, Sergio Garcia, José Castellano, and Mrs. Consuelo Kibush. Sergio Garcia, 3, 6, and 2. Region 6, 7, 8, 9. Region 10, that's me. Number 3, number 6, number 3, number 6, and number 9. Region 11. Number 1, number 3 and 4. Vanessa Ballestero, Sergio Garcia, and Antonio Garza. Number 12, Region 12. 14. Number 3, 6, and 10. Region 17. Region 17. I'm sorry, Region 16. Number 9, I'm sorry. 6 and 2. Region 17. Number 9, 2, and 3. Region 19. 3, 6, and 9. Region 21. Mr. Sergio Garcia, who's 3, 7, and 9. Region 22. 3, 6, and 9. Region 23. We support Sergio Garcia, who's number 3, number 6, Consuelo Kibush, and number 7. I got lost. The binational director has my support. Number 9, Region 24. Region 24 supports Sergio Garcia, Consuelo Kimbush, and Constantino Silva. So the winners are Sergio Garcia, number 6, Consuelo Kickbush, and number 9, Constantino Silva. So we have to review these names to see if they are available on that date, if they have a fee and how much it is. I think one of them is from the department, and the department has to give their approval. And remember that we're trying to find a relationship with the theme of the conference. And so we have the list for other recommendations. Thank you so much. Region 14. I would suggest you're going to see whether these people are available. Let's add another person in case one of these persons has another commitment. We have 10. Yes, but we should add a name right now. So we have the 3 main persons. Let's see who number 4 is. I didn't add up. I didn't add them all up. But whoever is next, let's do that. There's a number there. They're ranked. Let's see who got the next highest number of votes. But I want to emphasize that the department has to give its approval, whatever we recommend. And what about the student activity? Last year, we took the students to the technology museum, the science museum, I'm sorry. And so we want to ask you whether you want the same place or if you have a recommendation for some other place. What we should try and do is to link it once again with the theme of the conference, if possible. We know that there are many colleges in Los Angeles. Maybe we could create an activity that is linked to one of the universities. 2 years ago, I don't know whether it was the first time. 2 years ago, the focus of the conference was on science and technology. And at that time, the field trip was very well linked to the theme of the conference. But let's start a dialogue and get suggestions from you for a student activity that is linked to the theme of the conference. Any recommendation? Some place where the students could go on a field trip? Alberto. In central Los Angeles, there are several museums, and the University of Southern California is right there. The museum is right next to the campus, and I think that area would be good. There are about 5 museums there. I don't know Los Angeles very well, but USC is what you're talking about? Is it close to the hotel, to our area? From the airport, it's about 15 or 20 minutes away. It's very close. You just go on 110 and you're there in 20 minutes. Any other comment? Any other place that would be a good place for a field trip for the students? I know that UCLA is there, but I don't know how far away it is from our hotel. But do you want us to find out? See if we can do something with a college? We could give that a try too. Would you like us to find out? Should we leave this open? One of the problems that we have is that our next meeting is going to be on February the 7th, and the contract required for the bus takes months to prepare. We can do it quicker, but last year it was really hard, and we want to get ready. We're going to find out, and we will contact you through the regions to share our ideas, see if we can start moving something along. We also wanted to talk about the presentations and exhibits for each region. We want support. Last year, not too many regions participated in the exhibits. We would like each region to provide an exhibit of what they do, but we have to provide materials that don't spoil, such as foods. I don't know how this hotel works. I don't know if they accept food or not. I don't know. We hope to go in January to check out the hotel, to look at the rooms for the workshops, and to get more information.
Okay. When we might be able to speak a little bit further with more details about these. Also, something was said about the baskets. There's 2 baskets per region. If you can, it's not a requirement. Also, we spoke about a tour the day before the meeting. We're going to do a tour of the hotel because no one knows that hotel. This is the first time to be at that hotel. So we thought that if you could arrive a little bit earlier the day before. On the 9th, we'll have a meeting, and I believe that we were thinking that at the beginning of the meeting, we could ask the people from the hotel to give you a tour, because you as parents are going to do orientations. How are you going to do those orientations if you don't know it yourselves? So it could be as part of the meeting or before the meeting, but we do recognize that it is important that we all be given a tour before being expected that you are going to do the work there. Then, are there any other questions? Is there anything to comment or anything that you'd like to say? Yes, is it going to be at a different hotel? Because the last 2 times that I've attended the conferences, they've been at the same hotel in the Los Angeles area. Yes, it's been changed. It's a little bit ahead. It's the Marriott Hotel. I believe we've gone to. Yes, you did go to a meeting there in April. That's where the last meeting was. Any other question? We'll go to point 7, public commentary. Anybody that would like to talk to SPAC regarding any subject that is not on the agenda. SPAC cannot participate or comment on any comment made by the public. It's a type of action information. You're asking about the certification. The superintendent wanted to recognize and to thank each one of you who are here voluntarily, giving your time and your efforts, participating on behalf of the families and students of the state of California. So he sent a certificate for each one of you, a certificate of recognition. If your name was written incorrectly, please give it back to us and we'll correct it, and at the next meeting we will make sure to give it back to you. I also wanted to make a comment about the evaluation. Fill it out, please, and leave it here. Last week you forgot to leave the sheet for the information so that we can contact you having your full information. Is there anybody here to give a public comment? This meeting has come to an end. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas, and we'll see you in February. Is there a motion to close the meeting? Ms. Vicenta Valentina, Region 23, I make a motion that we close the meeting. Is there a second? Sonia Sanchez is seconding. Is there votes in favor? The meeting is closed by unanimous vote. Thank you very much.